się udało. A wszyscy właśnie...
No oddałem ci, bo się nie znam na co tym chodzi.
First official photos.
Akcja.
Filipiny? One by one.
Dobrze, wiadomo przeze mnie.
Nie wiadomo. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I know. It's a pleasure. It's really a pleasure for us that we came year after Rome. Thank
I załóżmy się na tekst. Dobrze,
Japonia. Japonia.
Thank you so much, Iris, for your efforts to prepare such a wonderful performance. Very good. Yes. Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Nie, ja nie mam krzesełka. Jestem głupi, że zapomniałem tutaj krzesełka, to jest krzesełko Łukasza, który kłóca obok mnie.
Macedonia Północna. Macedonia Północna. I wtedy do
More people coming. Of course, it's a pleasure and obligation.
Tajlandia. Tajlandia.
No, перевели. Гданську повністю. Після астест.
No, bo co ja mówię, więc sam nie da żadną właściwie próbę, żeby nie miał lajka do tego, że nie może zamówić.
Nowa Zelandia. Masz tylko, powiedział mi Adrian, że promienie godziny to tutaj poszli.
Jasne, bo wiesz, nie będę miał tego wysłać, więc podam pewnie...
Przepraszamy.
Słuchaj, to się zatrzymujesz? Ja też. Nie zatrzymał, bo i tak czekam.
Sylwia na was nadal czeka.
Aleksander Żebrula w UNDP.
Tak, jesteście we trzy. Czekajcie w środku. Dobra. Daniel.
Morning, Mr. Lister.
Morning.
Mikro USB? O, super. Fajnie, że...
Dobry ranek.
Dobre rano.
Witаю вас всіх з цим чудовим днем. Дякую вам. Дякую вам.
Zaraz wam to było. Communication Union. I to International Program
And even great weather here in Poland, so you know that. No, not complicated. But Gdansk, very glad to have you. Okay.
O, to ten jest też.
To?
Ja mam tego przepraszam, ale to jest też.
European Investment Bank.
EIB, European Investment Bank. EIB.
Jeden minister, na którego miałem zamiar.
Irina, Kowal. Irina.
Please, Rebecca.
Śpiewania tam były, ale tylko mnie było miejsce i powiedzieli, że to poproszę. Już tak jest, ja byłam 10. 9 wycieczki. Nikt mnie nie zapytał, dlaczego mam aparat, dlatego fotografuję, wiesz, na super krytyczny, nie? Bo chodzi o te palce chwały. Na koniec się dowiedziałam, jak się już tak zapytałam, o co chodzi. Coś się dowiedziałam, że przecież z męsy.
Numer 1 chyba. To ty, KP4. A ty nawet nie może zobaczyć.
Paul. Thank you. Hello.
A, ty...
Paul.
Mogę zaraz teraz nie wiem, nie chcę tam robić. Tylko, że wiecie, bo będzie później, będzie dalej.
Hello, good morning. Good to see you. Congratulations.
That's the official photo. Commissioner.
Sorry, on the left. Ale gdzie wy jesteście? Ale wyjechał. Okej. A, no dobrze. Oczywiście, rozumiem. Okej, wszystko jasne. Dzięki. Dobra, dzięki.
Można dużo wszystko na się wybiera i fajne. Jeszcze uszulone, tak? Okej. Właśnie, to było udzielone. No dobra.
Co ja, Łukasz, poszedłem do mojego nacznia.
The delegation over here. Delegation members over here.
Ah, yes, please, this way.
Good morning, how are you? Bank Światowy.
How are you?
Bank Światowy. Bank Światowy. Norwegia. Norwegia.
No, dziękuję Pani.
Słucham?
Ważne, bo Łukasz podniósł aparat.
Nie, on podniósł.
Dlatego tak patrzyłem.
Daha iyi oldu. Turcja, Türkiye. Hi.
Daniel, zrobisz teraz łapkę, zaraz przyjdę. Jak będzie?
Nie, to nawet nie mam tego.
Łukasz, może masz kabel Lightning niepotrzebny.
Mam,
Po co ci ten kabel jest?
ale możliwe, ale w razie czego mam, a tu jest też w razie czego pamiętaj, że mam.
W samochodzie.
Luksemburg. Luksemburg.
Ale to może być twoje plan, wiesz? Moran. O.
No co ty?
No płacz, powiedz,
Prawie to przez grzeczność.
nie, chyba że podłóg.
Ale to miał być specjalny.
Okay, good. Everything is okay? Yes, of course. Under control? Good. Good, good.
Thank you. Official photo.
Official photo, yeah.
Okay.
Well known in Poland. But for me, it would be the first official photo with you.
Good. Okay, thanks a lot.
So see you around. Yeah, good. Thank you for coming. Invite you to official photo.
You, let me...
Late for you.
A zdjęcie?
Tak, chyba popatrzę. Tutaj bokiem, zupełnie na ściankę. Bokiem i na schody, proszę, na schody.
Dobrze.
Serbia.
Po prostu globalnie tego nie ogarnę, nie odbyły. To nie jest twoja... To. No.
Miga to jest tańsza. Miga. Signing some yes.
Yes, indeed, between the harbors of Ukrainian harbors.
Belgia. Belgia.
Happy to.
pełen habitat.
No właśnie się zastanawiam, jak mam to ogarnąć.
Powiem więcej, nie chcieli za bardzo dymytów.
Jakbyś ściągnął ten...
Tam mówi to przed dworem i później jest kontent.
Inne wydarzenia. Kompletnie inne wydarzenia.
No się teraz zastanawiam, co zrobić, wiesz, jak gadają na Ukrainie.
Moim zdaniem, jak zamówimy jednego zbera, no to już nie ma odpowiedzi. Can we? Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
And handshake maybe.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
As you wish. Excellent.
Thank you so much. Excuse me. Thank you. Można. Macie godzinę, tak? Na pewno? Na pewno.
Go to the left, please.
Tak, tak, jest 227.
Śmigalacji, yes, okay. Good morning. About diplomatic protocol, please. Only the Dutch delegation. Okay.
Ja vänster eller höger?
Szwecja. This is also a ministry assistant. Yeah, please. Come with us.
Madam Minister.
Lepiej.
Nasz minister.
Tak,
Konrad, to jest nasz minister.
Dzień dobry. Czołem.
Azer ma dziś urodziny, zaczynamy od niego. Nie idziemy na zdjęcie, idziemy do sali.
Czołem.
Nie, łyczkowa. 5 sekund. Aha. Zmiana teraz.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
Kelsey. Sorry? No, it's not. I sort of commute to Poland, so.
No, ja się tak przytulam do Wojtka, ale ten facet...
Grazie.
Really happy to be with us today.
Tak, wiem. Wiem. W ogóle ja to zrobiłem po pilocie. Ale ja...
Yeah, you're from there. Yeah, okay. Argentyna.
Video. Yeah, you were there. Happy that you managed to be here, and congratulations on the performance in work.
Oh,
You are doing really great. Mucha suerte.
Official photo.
Oh, sorry. Anyway. Good. Have a great day.
Proszę tutaj. Tak podami i na lewo.
Our favorite minutes to be fast.
IMF. Który?
Good to see each other on tunnel.
See you better. Thank you very much.
Dobry.
Jest?
Teraz 25 minut.
Co pamiętasz?
Wicepremier Ukrainy.
Dzień dobry. Witamy raz jeszcze.
No tak, dziękuję. No.
Musimy chętnie. To będzie super. Do zobaczenia.
Irlandia.
Welcome to Gdańsk.
Thank you very much. It's a beautiful city. Beautiful city. Good to be here today.
Tak, chodzisz jakby taksówka się do mnie wyprawia na miejsce.
Thank you for being invited.
Wokół,
Gonna have
od strony, z której przyjedziesz, drzwi, wchodzisz, tam są takie maszyny do zarejestrowania
Yes, I know. Get ready. Lots of work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
i wysłuchują wasze dane dotychczas.
Thank you for being here. I don't know what the thank you for the I know we are contacted.
Bardziej opiszę?
Yes.
Nie, no ja spokojnie rzeczy. Nie mam.
Poczekaj chwilę jeszcze, poczekaj, niech przyjdzie. O, teraz. Mołdawia, premier.
Your Excellency. Good to see you. Good morning. Very sunny day.
Indeed, very warm too.
Hello.
Please, how are you?
Inicjatywa się.
Minister of State.
Welcome to Gdansk. Really happy that you are here and for a very good discussion.
Estonia. No w sumie niewielka pomoc. Tak dalej są bardzo podobne. No właśnie nie wyglądał na...
Welcome to Gdansk. Thank you for being with us. It's a great day full of good day. Thank you. This is beautiful.
Oh, you already went. Okay, okay.
We have the video recording.
Siadaj i odjeżdżamy. Dawajcie.
Happy that you're here and next one in Estonia. I do hope. Yes, fix up the ship. Thanks, have a great day.
Azerbejdżan. Azerbejdżan.
Great, thank you.
To tak jest.
Great.
Szwajcaria. Tak, tak. Slovenia. And you to the back side. To the back side. Yeah.
Welcome to Gdańsk. Thank you very much. Have a good day here in Gdańsk. Take pictures. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
tak. Nie włączasz go wtedy. Zepnij go tutaj i czemu?
Dzień dobry. Welcome. We're happy today. More or less smoothly. Dziękuję.
Przed nim jest kolejna kobieta.
Poczta.
Morning. Good to see you. How are you? Fine? Yes. Yesterday when I arrived, I think things changed a lot.
Yes. And then we put the front there.
Only for the delegation. The delegation members over there. Delegation members over there. Please go to the back side.
This is security. On będzie witany później przez szefa, tak? Przez...
Tak. A nie poszedł do Gdańska teraz?
Nie, proszę. Aniu, wiesz co? Jeżeli już nikogo nie ma, to tak.
Hello. How are you?
the back side. The back side.
It's to the left. Go to the left, please.
Right. Only one of you can go inside. The one that's going inside is there.
Halo? Panie, proszę mnie zobaczyć. Ja to sprowadzę tutaj. Zapraszam serdecznie, zapraszam.
My bag.
I will give you this back after the mission, okay? This is Minister of Finance.
Dokładnie, i to w ogóle zapomnij, nie zmienić.
Thank you. Have a great day.
It was you. So many thanks for having me. Again. No, it's a great pleasure. Yeah. I spent Yes.
To jest ostatnia dla mnie informacja. Ty też miała teraz.
Really happy as well.
Nikomu nie mówcie o tych moich grzechach.
Ja nagrywam.
Thank you for your
Włochy.
How are you? The minister.
great that you are here with us today. A great day and not to copy.
Myślę, że to jest pewna chata, może...
Nie, bo tutaj szef delegacji jest premierem.
Dobry.
20 minut. Bułgaria wicetrener.
Thanks very much for hosting us. It's a privilege to be here. We're waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive any second now. We're just on the phone, receiving last minute instructions.
Okay, masz telefon do Michała Rynika?
Perfect. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Komisarz Dąbrowski.
Zrobiłem. Już zeszedłem.
Radio Taksówki? Ale gdzie ono jest?
Ono nie jest 9:30, nie ma opcji.
Ale wejście.
23 już jest.
Ale 9:30 powitania.
Tak.
Jeszcze kiedy było 9:30.
Ale oni muszą tam.
I na grup, nie chcę rozmawiać.
Pamiętam jeszcze bardzo swoją kamerę. Pamiętam Tak, mamy go
mamy
puszczać?
zajęty pokaz.
Długo jeszcze? Poczekaj, bo siedzimy w samochodzie.
Możesz przedłużyć tam, żeby wytapiali?
nami. Chodź.
Cekę, a dopiero później wysłali sektory będzie więcej osób. Prawdopodobnie system może nie wpływać. Cieszymy się, że udało się to zrobić. To wydarzenie jest na tyle skomplikowane, że pan minister Bukowiec oczekuje. Udało się dojechać do tego bez problemu? się udało, czy nie? No zobaczymy. Lepiej zegarek. Można.
It's always good to see you. Dzień dobry.
Poszła Karolina właśnie, poszła Karolina, poszła, już wysłała, bo jestem po drugiej stronie. No.
One of the bravest guys in Europe. I know.
Good morning, Your Excellency. Prime Minister waiting, please.
Everywhere in Poland, yes. All events.
Bitwa minister spraw zagranicznych. witamy.
Hello.
Okay, hello, good to see you again.
Yes, same here.
You can go here.
Prime Minister. Hello. Thank you for organizing it. Big day, big event. Looking forward. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
And then you can go back to a normal life. Yeah, in another row now.
Rounds are not as important as personality.
That's nice. Yes, sir. I agree. We're really, really glad to hear that. Thank you.
Proszę trochę niżej, ale nie wiem, czy teraz jest okej?
Wiesz, tylko dla tego. Jak będzie walczyć, dla mnie mam jaką to
Tam daleko mamy?
Nie, była teraz Słowacja. Austria była, czy? Już nie...
No, bo kurde.
Finlandia i Albania, tak?
Powinny być, ale ja nie wiem, co to już oni nie potwierdzają.
Good morning, Your Excellency. You are from? You are from?
Yeah, we had to have it.
beauty.
Yes.
Obudził się.
Nice to see you.
Big country.
Troszkę szybciej, gdyby można było. Troszkę szybciej. Ja wiem, pan premier prosi. Macie łączność, no Mirek.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Myślałem, że mi się coś w aparacie zacięło. A tu jak się zostawione.
Muszę pan skorzystać z tego, że tam masz pomysły.
Najpierw soku
Is there access?
Nie, pan Dąbrowski.
A, no to... Aha, no to ja to widziałam tam.
Na górze ja szukałem toalety, czy albo były zapompowane, albo nie działały.
To może już działają, ale jak się wtedy są ważne, że tak.
Szanowni Państwo, uprzejmie prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you so much.
morning, Your Excellency.
There is a freestanding, so please, yes. Free roll. So we could just ask, the question. So this is a freestanding hall.
I'm carrying a real
There's a freestanding. Freestanding, yes. Yes.
Freestanding.
Which fits well in this situation,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin the conference very, very soon. Thank you.
Excuse me, the last row. Please move this way, okay?
I'm the bodyguard.
Is the Prime Minister of Albania?
The bodyguard of your Prime Minister. No, I don't move. I wait for my Prime Minister. Waiting for my Prime Minister. I don't move. Make sure that nobody will take his place. Yeah, of course. You want to drive?
Szanowni Państwo, uprzejmie prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc siedzących się. Za chwilę rozpoczynamy konferencję. Nie będziemy mogli tego zrobić, jeśli nie zajmą Państwo miejsc. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin the conference, however we cannot start it unless you take your seat. Thank you.
How are you?
macie? Była moja kartka. Jest, fajnie. Nie, no nie możesz tak czytać. To stoisz na mojej kartce. No chodź tu.
Ale nie zrobię ci to, że sobie przykład
Robert. Come, Robert. Nie. Oh, in a good neighbor. Always the best neighbor.
Po raz kolejny prosimy Państwa o zajmowanie miejsc siedzących. Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc siedzących. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. This is final call. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin the conference very soon. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc siedzących. Już za kilka chwil rozpoczniemy konferencję, ale najpierw uprzejmie prosimy raz jeszcze o zajęcie miejsc siedzących.
Official photo, please. Thank you so much.
Dear colleagues, we need to come back to media center, so take your stuff and follow me, please, okay?
To już to potem nie ma sensu, zobacz. Nie wiem.
No.
Szanowni Państwo, to jest nasza finalna prośba. Prosimy serdecznie o zajmowanie miejsc siedzących, albowiem bez tego nie będziemy mogli zacząć konferencji. Szanowni Państwo, to jest nasza finalna prośba. Prosimy o zajęcie miejsc siedzących, gdyż bez tego nie możemy zacząć konferencji. Ladies and gentlemen, this is final call. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. Unless you do that, we cannot start the conference. Thank you.
Gdzie ta pani jest teraz? Daj statek, tu jest.
Idziemy jeszcze do pani do Media Center. Ja chyba sprzętu trochę zostawię, wiesz?
Ty to wracasz, nie?
Tak.
Szanowni Państwo, po raz kolejny prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc siedzących. Są jeszcze miejsca siedzące na trybunach, które można się zajmować. Szanowni Państwo, są jeszcze miejsca siedzące na trybunach. Prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc siedzących. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. There are still available seats in the audience. You can take a seat there.
That's all. Photographers, please go there.
Sorry guys,
Please.
that's fine.
Photographers, please go there.
Mnie to nie dotyczy akurat, ale luz.
Bo to gdzieś tam widać ze sobą.
Szanowni Państwo, uprzejmie po raz kolejny prosimy o zajmowanie miejsc siedzących. Już za chwilę rozpoczynamy konferencję. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. This is final call. We are about to start the conference.
The world is shaped by decisions. To choose freedom at any cost. These choices defined our generation, and many of them were made here, in Gdansk. The decision to fight for values, to rise from the ruins, and break free from a brutal system of oppression. Today, our turbulent world once again needs solidarity, decisions, action. To stand united and stop aggression before it crosses new borders. To build resilience inspired by Ukraine. A country that endured the hardest winter in its history and kept its energy system running. A country developing battlefield and air defense innovations that are reshaping modern warfare. A country where businesses continue to operate against all odds. A country that rebuilds every day what has been destroyed. A country of people who choose freedom and European values. Ukraine is shaping a new global reality. Ukraine empowers security, the economy, and energy. To partner with Ukraine means investing in resilience and gaining unique experience. The world needs decisions. It needs action. It is time to make them once again, here in Gdansk. Partner with Ukraine. Shape the future. Ukraine empowers.
Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o powstanie. Przed nami akademicki chór Uniwersytetu Gdańskiego, który wykona 3 hymny. Dziękujemy bardzo. Wystąpił dla Państwa Akademicki Chór Uniwersytetu Gdańskiego. Szanowni Państwo, w imieniu gospodarzy Międzynarodowych Targów Gdańskich mamy zaszczyt powitać Państwa w Amber Expo i zainaugurować oficjalne otwarcie konferencji Ukraine Recovery poświęconej tematyce odbudowy Ukrainy po wojnie. Szanowni Państwo, czas, aby na scenie pojawił się prezes Rady Ministrów,
Donald Tusk. Panie premierze, zapraszamy.
Witam Was bardzo serdecznie w moim rodzinnym Gdańsku, drodzy przyjaciele. Wasza obecność dzisiaj tu jest znakiem dla Polski, dla Ukrainy, dla Europy, dla całego świata, że słowo solidarność, tak związane z tym miejscem, to nie jest pusty slogan, tylko to jest treść naszego codziennego życia, naszych codziennych działań, naszej współpracy, naszej, powiem wprost, wielkiej dziejowej misji. Tak, bo stoimy wszyscy przed wielką dziejową misją. Tą misją jest pełne zjednoczenie Europy, wolnego świata. Zjednoczenie w obliczu agresji, w obliczu niepewności, w jakiej pogrążył się cały świat w ostatnich latach. Ta jedność i solidarność tutaj w moim rodzinnym Gdańsku to jest treść nasycona też historią. Wybaczcie, drodzy przyjaciele, że nie wszystkich z imienia i nazwiska powitam. Jestem dumny, że tak wielu z Was, pań i panów premierów, prezydentów, przewodniczących, przedsiębiorców, menedżerów przybyło do Gdańska. Tysiące ludzi przez 2 dni będą przygotowywać wspólnie ten wielki projekt odbudowy Ukrainy po wojnie. Ale oczywiście szczególnie serdecznie chciałem powitać współgospodynię tego spotkania i tego miejsca, panią premier Ukrainy Julię Swiridenko. Julio, czuj się jak u siebie w domu. Zaproponowałem Gdańsk na miejsce tego spotkania ze względu na bardzo głęboki, symboliczny wymiar tego miejsca. Jak Państwo zauważyli w czasie tego krótkiego filmu, Gdańsk został zniszczony niemalże w 100% w tej historycznej części. To tu w Gdańsku rozpoczęło się to największe nieszczęście współczesnej Europy i świata, jakim była II wojna światowa, ze wszystkimi tragicznymi jej konsekwencjami. Dosłownie prawie że kilkaset metrów stąd padły pierwsze strzały II wojny światowej. Ci z Was, którzy już wczoraj mogli pospacerować po Gdańsku, będą także dzisiaj niektórzy z Was ze mną na spotkaniach tam na głównym mieście, mogą zobaczyć, co to znaczy cud odbudowy. Zaprosiłem Was i naszych przyjaciół z Ukrainy właśnie w to miejsce, bo ono pokazuje, że cud odbudowy zdarza się wtedy, kiedy ludzie tego bardzo pragną, kiedy są w stanie wywalczyć pokój, kiedy są zdeterminowani w robieniu dobrych rzeczy. Gdańsk został podniesiony z gruzów i stał się najlepszą, i to w wymiarze globalnym, najpełniejszą rekonstrukcją, nie tylko architektoniczną. Przywrócono także duch tego miasta. I ten wielki wysiłek czeka przecież też Ukrainę. Wszyscy jak tu jesteśmy, ale też wszyscy w Polsce, wszyscy w Ukrainie i w Europie wierzymy w to, że Ukraina oprze się rosyjskiej agresji i że nasze plany odbudowy Ukrainy to nie jest miraż. Kiedy mówimy, tak, wspólnie odbudujemy zniszczone miasta ukraińskie po wojnie, to mówimy to dlatego, bo wierzymy, że to będzie po wojnie, że to po wojnie zdarzy się i niedługo i że jest możliwe dzięki naszej solidarności. Chcę bardzo mocno podkreślić, że odbudowa to nie tylko budynki, to nie tylko elektrownie, to nie tylko szkoły, nie tylko infrastruktura. Odbudowa to także to, co w nas. Ukraina i słusznie chce być częścią zjednoczonej Europy. Zawsze warunkiem zjednoczenia było, prawdziwego, pełnego zjednoczenia, było rozumienie własnej historii i autentyczna zdolność i gotowość do pojednania. W Gdańsku zaczęła się wojna, która skłóciła narody, wielkie narody Europy, wydawałoby się na zawsze. Kto mógł pomyśleć, że po II wojnie światowej Niemcy i Francuzi, Niemcy i Polacy, Anglicy i Niemcy, że wszyscy będziemy mogli ze sobą rozmawiać jak ludzie, budować wspólnie przyszłość, uczciwie i zgodnie z prawdą rozmawiać o naszej przeszłości, po to, aby przyszłość wyglądała zupełnie inaczej. Pamiętajcie o tym i mówię to tu szczególnie tak od serca, jak widzicie, odłożyłem przemówienie. Mam dzisiaj ten przywilej mówić, co naprawdę czuję i co naprawdę myślę. Pamiętajcie, wszyscy bez wyjątku, moi rodacy w Polsce, twoi, Julio, rodacy w Ukrainie i nasi przyjaciele w Europie, że przyszłość możemy zbudować tylko na prawdzie, na wzajemnym szacunku, na rozumieniu historii. Ta solidarność, która narodziła się w Gdańsku, może być naszą rzeczywistością, jeśli otworzymy swoje serca i umysły i na przeszłość, ale przede wszystkim na przyszłość. Głęboko w to wierzę. Głęboko w to wierzę, w to, co czułem, kiedy jako młody człowiek byłem w Stoczni Gdańskiej, kiedy powstawała Solidarność. Bardzo dawno temu. I wtedy patrzyłem na tysiące ludzi w stoczni i wokół stoczni, którzy odważnie wystąpili przeciwko komunizmowi. I wtedy pomyślałem po raz pierwszy, jako młody, ale już dorosły człowiek, że naprawdę ludzi dobrej woli jest więcej. Głęboko w to wierzę. Zrobię wszystko, co w mojej mocy. Ale wzywam was też wszystkich do pomocy w tym wielkim dziele, aby ludzie dobrej woli w Ukrainie, w Polsce, w Europie i na świecie znowu odnaleźli się w tych trudnych czasach. Znowu byli razem. Jeśli będziemy razem, mądrze i z otwartym sercem, pokonamy każde zło i odbudujemy to, co źli ludzie niszczą. Głęboko w to wierzę. Życzę wam powodzenia w rozmowach biznesowych, politycznych. Życzę szczęścia, przyda się każdemu i życzę tej prawdziwej solidarności. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez panią Julię Swyrydenko, premier Ukrainy.
Panie premierze, drodzy Джерело, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, partners, thank you for this meeting in Poland. The meeting in Gdansk, you're absolutely right, it's city of solidarność, city of solidarity. Courage to fight required solidarity among people, among society, among nations, and I'm really grateful for everyone who stands with Ukraine and who solidarity with us. Thank you for your personal and practical support, for your visits to Kyiv, to Zaporizhzhia, to Odessa, to Dnipro, for being with us. You see with your eyes how we fight, you see how we suffer, and you see how resilient we are with your support. Thank you. And most of all, standing here, I want to say thank you to people of Poland. Dear Poles, thank you for your help when it was the most urgent time to support us. Thanks for helping us through this year. And thank you for your will to build a common future within the European Union. Prime Minister Tusk. Prime Minister, thank you for choosing your native city, Gdansk, for hosting this conference. Thank you for your leadership. Dziękuję bardzo. This is the 5th conference for reconstruction and recovery. Unfortunately, this is the 5th year of large-scale invasion, of war. This is the 5th year of our losses, but it's also the 5th year of our strengths. Unfortunately, we still face an enormous price for freedom, for Europeans' freedom and values. Russia is weaker, but more aggressive against the whole Europe. In Ukraine, we have a national tradition, it's called Toloka, when people gather together and we start repairing home when it's damaged. So this is how we approach to reconstruction and to recovery. Altogether, we do millions of steps. We take in millions of actions, projects that help us to survive, to adopt, and to develop ourselves. Over the next 2 days of this conference, we expect more than 160 agreements that should be signed for more than 10 billion euros. And they are aimed at aggregating resources and capability across 5 main dimensions: European Union integration, human capital, business, also local and regional development. And for the first time during this year in Gdansk, we are holding and having dimension that focus on defense. Dear friends, the challenges facing our continent is existential. Our military heroic often say, you should change or die. It's exactly what Ukraine has learned in the face of full-scale war. We're forced to innovate to survive, and this has become our superpower. So Ukraine empowers European defense, Ukraine empowers energy resilience, Ukraine empowers investment and recovery. But Ukraine is empowered by people, by Ukrainians and by all of you who stands with us, creating conditions for business to develop, for Ukrainians to return back, for creating workplaces, for economic to growth. And of course, Ukraine is empowered by European future, by our membership in European Union. Last week was marked with a historical milestone for us. The first negotiation cluster was opened, and I want to thank you to everyone in this room who personally contributed to make it happen. Thank you so much. I also want to say thank you to European partners for the critically important 90 billion financial support instrument for Ukraine. And we have a great news. The first disbursement of 3.2 billion euro will be announced today. Applause. And this disbursement will help us to strengthen our defense, will help us to maintain the macroeconomic stability within the country and to rebuild our energy system ahead the new heating season. We stand, we keep up, and we are here to share what we have learned in this fight to build a stronger and safer Europe together. Partner with Ukraine, shape the future. Thank you bardzo. Thank you so much.
Dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez przewodniczącą Komisji Europejskiej, panią Ursulę von der Leyen.
Prime Minister Tusk, dear Donald, Prime Minister Sviridенко, dear Julia, President Costa di Antonio, fellow leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank you, dear Donald, for hosting us in this wonderful city of Gdansk, which is indeed your city, the city of freedom, and yes, the city of solidarity. Since the very start of Russia's war of aggression, Gdansk has always lived up to its reputation. The entire city has mobilized in defense of freedom and in support for Ukraine. 5,000 families hosted Ukrainians in their homes. Schools started teaching in Ukrainian. And the local government has provided constant support to people on the front line. The people of Gdansk are showing that solidarity is not only part of your history, it is part of your character. So on behalf of Europe, to the people of Gdansk, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your generosity. 4 decades ago, the people of Gdansk helped change the course of European history. They showed that freedom could prevail over oppression. And they helped open the path to Poland's European future. Today, the people of Ukraine are doing the same. The courage of Ukraine's armed forces has shifted the momentum on the battlefield. Ukraine's defense industry, with Europe's support, is showing that it can out-innovate Russia's. Ukraine now produces drones at a scale that matches and even exceeds Russian production capacity. And the determination of the Ukrainian people has shown to the world that their European choice cannot be broken. And now it is our task to turn that choice into a reality. Earlier this month, indeed, we opened the first cluster of negotiations with Ukraine, and this was a historic moment. A recognition of the remarkable progress Ukraine has made already, and a strong signal that Ukraine's future belongs in our European family. And yes, enlargement is more than a process. It is an anchor for Ukraine's future. The first cluster focuses on the fundamentals of our union: the rule of law, strong democratic institutions, effective public administration, the foundations on which lasting prosperity is built. It provides a clear roadmap for the reforms ahead, and it gives confidence to citizens, to businesses, but also to investors. And as always, accession will remain merit-based, without any question. But if Ukraine continues to reform with the determination it has shown in the recent years, its place in the European family is becoming a reality. And Ukraine's European future is already taking shape today. Ukraine joined our Rome Like at Home scheme earlier this year. Ukraine is moving forward on SEPA, the single euro payment area, very important for businesses. And it is taking steps towards integration in the single market. That brings real benefits to Ukrainians today. And of course, it sends a powerful message to investors. If you invest in Ukraine, you invest in Europe. Not only in an economy of around 200 billion euro, but in a future member of a single market worth 20 trillion euros. A market 100 times larger, and a market built on the rule of law, legal certainty, and the protection of property rights. And this is why Ukraine's European path is such a powerful proposition. And this is why now is the time to invest in Ukraine. And that leads me to my next point. The prosperous Ukraine of tomorrow requires massive investments today. Since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion, the European Union and its member states have provided 200 billion euros in economic, financial, and military support. And with the Ukraine support loan, we will provide a further 90 billion euros over the next 2 years. And indeed, today we are transferring the first tranche under this loan, dear Julia, more than 3.2 billion euros in macro-financial assistance. So you're right, I'm happy and proud to announce this disbursement today. And we will start paying the first money of the 6 billion euro for drone production in the coming days. This indeed is solidarity in action. It shows Europe's support for Ukraine is here to stay. And at the same time, we continue to call on all our partners to maintain their support. Because a strong and independent Ukraine is in all our interests. Our ambition is not only to help Ukraine endure, it is to help Ukraine grow and prosper as a free and European country. And that is why the European Union has become the largest provider of investment and risk-sharing support in Ukraine. We're helping cities and towns to rebuild. We're supporting the resilience of the energy sector. We are providing financing to businesses, including in the frontline regions. Now we are taking the next step. At last year's Recovery Conference in Rome, we announced the creation of a European flagship fund, the largest equity fund dedicated to the reconstruction of Ukraine. Today I can say that fund is ready to go. It will invest in some of the most strategic sectors of Ukraine's future, from clean energy to infrastructure, to the high-growth companies that will drive Ukraine's economy in the decades ahead. The fund is backed by the European Union, Poland, France, Germany, and Italy. It can mobilize up to €500 million still this year, with the aim of reaching €1 billion over time. So public capital will take the first share of the risk. And this creates the confidence needed to attract private investment of scale. And the message is simple that we are sending to investors. When you invest in Ukraine, you're not only investing in Ukraine's future, but you are investing in Europe's future. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine's recovery and growth are not only in Ukraine's interest, they are in Europe's interest too. This war has shown how fundamental Ukraine's security is to Europe, not only as a recipient, but as a security provider. Ukraine's battlefield experience is unmatched. Its defense companies are some of the most innovative in the world. They are developing and producing cutting-edge capabilities, from interceptor drones to jamming systems. These technologies protect Ukrainian lives every day, and they are increasingly important for Europe's own security and resilience. And that is why deeper integration of our defense industry is so important. We are already seeing what this partnership can achieve. Ukrainian-designed drones being produced in Germany. Fuel for Ukraine's Flamingo missiles will soon be made in Denmark. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, we need Ukrainian ingenuity and innovation, and Europe's scale and industrial know-how. That is the mixture that we need to prosper. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1 year ago, when we gathered for the last recovery conference, the situation in Ukraine was dark. Today, the outlook is different. Ukraine has made progress on the battlefield. We have strengthened Ukraine's economic foundations. We have advanced its European path. And we have created new opportunities for investment and growth. Ukraine's courage has made this possible. And our solidarity has helped make it a reality. The lesson of Gdansk remains as relevant today as it was 4 decades ago. Solidarity is the road to freedom. And in that spirit, thank you, Gdansk and Poland, for your solidarity. Thank you, Europe, for your solidarity. And thank you, Ukraine, for your courage. Slava Ukraini. Long live Europe.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez przewodniczącego Rady Europejskiej, pana Antonio Costę.
Dear Prime Minister Tusk, dear Prime Minister Svyridenko, dear Donald and Julia, dear Ursula, dear Head of State and Government, Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be here in Gdansk on behalf of the 27 member states of the European Union. Gdansk is the birthplace of the solidarity movement and the lasting symbol of courage, resilience, and the struggle for freedom against Soviet imperialism. In the 80s, many doubt that totalitarianism could be defeated. Yet, countless Poles refused to surrender their hopes for freedom and democracy. Among them was Prime Minister Donald Tusk, a freedom fighter for a democratic, prosperous, and European Poland. Thank you, Donald. In 2022, many people also doubted that Ukraine, its resilience, its courage, and its unity. 4 years later, Ukraine continues to resist and fight for a sovereign, democratic, free, and European future. Despite the brutality of Russia's ongoing attacks on critical and civilian infrastructures, it has failed to achieve its objectives in Ukraine, nor has it succeeded in dividing the European Union or preventing us from supporting Ukraine. From day one, the European Union has stood and will continue to stand firmly with Ukraine. The European Union is its largest donor, providing over 200 billion in support since 2022. And to bolster Ukraine's resilience, we have recently established the Ukraine Support Loan with further 90 billion euros. This will address urgent needs, including military needs, and as President von der Leyen already mentioned earlier, the first payment from the support loan to Ukraine was made today. It shows our support is consistent and unbreakable to help Ukraine achieving a just and lasting peace. Ukraine has shown readiness for an immediate ceasefire and for sustained diplomatic efforts toward a just and lasting peace. The European Union supports all initiatives that contribute to peace while increasing pressure on Russia through sanctions. We have adopted 20 packages, and we are preparing the next one. We have made a political decision to roll over sanctions by 1 year instead of just 6 months. These measures are working and aim to bring Russia to genuine negotiations. The European Union is ready to contribute to that process. Yet, it is Ukraine that will define the terms of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace. No one can talk on behalf of Ukraine only Ukrainians can talk on behalf of the Ukrainian people. Such peace must respect international law and the United Nations Charter. It must affirm Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. It must guarantee Ukraine's long-term security and self-defense. But our vision goes beyond the war. We are already preparing Ukraine's future. Reconstruction is not only about repairing destruction. It is about building back a better Ukraine. We are laying the foundations for a modern, green and digital economy that will strengthen the entire European continent. Ukraine's recovery process goes hand in hand with its path to the European Union accession. For millions of Ukrainians, the future is defined by our shared destiny. This means aligning legal, economic, and institutional frameworks with European standards. I reaffirm the commitment made by European Union leaders 4.5 years ago. Ukraine's future is in the European Union. As a first important step, accession negotiations opened formally last week, and we aim to open all remaining clusters as soon as possible. The process remains, of course, merit-based, but Ukraine has already achieved remarkable reforms under extraordinary circumstances. We will continue working together to sustain this progress. We know that is at stake and what this means to the Ukrainian people. Ladies and gentlemen, true reconstruction is about people. It means creating quality jobs, restoring high-quality education, and ensuring the vulnerable groups, veterans, and trauma survivors are fully included in society. Guided by human rights, no community should be left behind. Ukraine's reconstruction is a major contribution to lasting peace in Europe. It shows that freedom and democracy can prevail over autocracy. Let us remain united in this effort. Together, we can help Ukraine rise stronger, freer within the European Union and more prosperous than ever. And help Ukraine, that means that Ukraine will help Europe to be better and stronger. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez pana Friedricha Merza, kanclerza Federalnej Republiki Niemiec.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Donald, dear Prime Minister Svyridenko from Ukraine, Presidents, Prime Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of Ukraine, military and civilian support for Ukraine remains fundamentally important. From Lugano to London to Berlin, Rome, and now and today in Gdansk, the Ukraine Recovery Conference has become the major international gathering on recovery for Ukraine. That is why I'm pleased to be here with you today as a sign of our unwavering commitment. And ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, there is another dimension which makes this year's conference special
for a German chancellor in specific. Donald, you reminded us, more than 87 years ago, this place, not far from here, a few minutes, the World War II began. 35 years ago, Germany and Poland signed their Treaty of Good Neighborship. This anniversary is a landmark of German-Polish relations. Dear Donald, for 35 years, Poles and Germans have proved, even after the outrageous crimes Germans committed in Poland and to the Polish people between 1939 and 1945, peace, good neighborhood, and friendship are possible. I'm deeply grateful to the Polish people for this. And today, the big picture is the following. As Europeans, we stand shoulder to shoulder, not just to defend security or defend prosperity on our continent. We are standing shoulder to shoulder to defend freedom on our continent. And that is why we are standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. And dear friends and colleagues, in these days we are seeing a new dynamic. The G7 summit, the European Council last week, and the E5 meeting in Berlin yesterday have sent strong signals of European and transatlantic unity and support for Ukraine. Ukraine and its brave people will prevail as a strong and sovereign nation and as a future member of the European family. But at the beginning of this year, during one of the coldest winters in a long time, the Ukrainian energy sector faced particular pressure as Russia relentlessly attacked heating and power plants. To counter this, we intensified our efforts, including significant additional contributions to the Ukraine Energy Support Fund and the provision of combined heat and power units. I'm saying this because we must now prepare Ukraine for next winter. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, allow me to highlight 4 areas where we are making tangible progress together and where Europe is delivering for Ukraine. First, security. Security is the foundation of everything. Reconstruction, investment, and sustainable development are only possible in the long term with security. I would like to commend Poland for giving security and defense a prominent place at this year's conference here in Gdansk. And that is why our military support to Ukraine remains strong. We are constantly delivering, for example, modern air defense systems which help to protect Ukraine's cities and infrastructure from Russian attacks. We are seeing new German-Ukrainian joint ventures appear which play a key role in remarkable and impressive innovative technologies and enhancing our common European security. To strengthen Ukraine's security is so to strengthen Europe's security, my dear friends. Second, investment. In Rome, and Ursula mentioned that, we announced the idea of a European flagship fund for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Today, here in Gdansk, we are delivering on what we promised. The fund brings together Germany, Poland, Italy, and France. We want to mobilize substantial private investment in strategic sectors of Ukraine's economy, infrastructure, energy, industry, logistics. The reason behind that is quite simple. Public funding alone will never be enough to rebuild a country that has suffered such massive destruction. With an initial public package of up to 220 million euros, we are creating the confidence and the risk-sharing mechanism that private investors need to engage now. By investing now and committing long-term capital, Europe is sending a clear message. We believe in Ukraine's future within the European family. Third, reforms. Investments are crucial for recovery and they require confidence. And confidence depends on strong institutions. That is why the reforms undertaken in the context of Ukraine's EU accession process are so important. Continued progress in the fight against corruption and in strengthening the rule of law is essential for maintaining the trust of citizens, international partners and investors alike. The strong German business presence at the URC 2026 here shows that Germany and its private sector are ready to contribute to recovery and prosperity. Fourth and last, people. 2 years ago, the conference in Berlin, we created the Skills Alliance for Ukraine, a unique multi-stakeholder platform dedicated to training Ukrainians. Since then, the Alliance has mobilized an impressive 1.2 billion euros for current and upcoming vocational training initiatives. This initiative reflects our conviction that reconstruction is not only about rebuilding what was destroyed, but also about investing in the people who will shape Ukraine's future. Now, ladies and gentlemen, security, investment, reforms, people. These are the building blocks for Ukraine's recovery. Together with our partners, we stand ready to support Ukraine in all 4 areas. And today's meeting in Gdansk marks a moment of hope. Ukraine is in a new position of strength. It is beginning to dawn on Moscow. Russia will not win this war. And ladies and gentlemen, Europe's support to Kiev is unwavering. We are determined to increase pressure on Russia's already strained economy. Since Evian, the G7, there is a new sense of transatlantic unity. And today, we are conveying a clear message to Russia. Time has come to enter into negotiations, to freeze the front line and to end the killing. Thanks to the Polish government again, and to you in person, Donald, and to all the people here in this room for hosting this important conference. And thanks to all of you for standing united with Ukraine. Many thanks.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy o zabranie głosu przez pana Gitanasa Nausiedę, prezydenta Republiki Litewskiej.
Dear Prime Minister of Poland, dear Donald, dear President of the European Commission, dear Ursula, Prime Minister of Ukraine, dear President of the European Council, Excellencies, colleagues, friends of Ukraine. We meet at a decisive moment. Ukraine is defending not only its territory, but also the future of Europe, our freedom, our security, and the rules-based international order. That is why our messages must be clear. First, Ukraine belongs in the European Union. We welcome the opening of the first negotiation cluster, Fundamentals, with Ukraine. This is an important political message. We have been waiting 1 year for this moment, and now it is the right time to prove that we stand by our real political commitments. Lithuania supports the opening of all remaining negotiating clusters as soon as possible, preferably in July at the latest, and setting the target accession date. Why it could not be the January 1st of 2030? Is it ambitious? Of course, it is. Is it mission impossible? No, it is mission possible. It depends not only on the ability of Ukraine to implement reforms, but it depends on the willingness and commitment of European Union to make Europe stronger, more resilient, and more united. We call on all the fellow EU colleagues to support this and help Ukraine meet the technical requirements, they implement the necessary reforms, and align with the EU acquis. The Ukraine to European Union program implemented in the Team Europe spirit is the most efficient way to support Ukraine in this process. Second, on security. Lithuania has committed to allocating at least 0.25% of its GDP to military and security assistance for Ukraine over the 10-year period. We are not only meeting this commitment, but also consistently exceeding it by providing even greater financial support than initially pledged. We invite all partners to join this benchmark. Ukraine needs predictability, scale, and speed. The cost of hesitation is far higher than the cost of support. Third, on reconstruction. It cannot wait for the war to end. Recovery is already underway. Schools are reopening after reconstruction with shelters installed. Energy systems are being repaired. Municipalities are carrying out the projects and businesses are adapting and investing. Our task is to help Ukraine to do more, faster, and at scale. Lithuania is already delivering. We are building and rebuilding schools and civil protection shelters, installing solar power plants, supporting rehabilitation and demining, and strengthening institutions at both national and local levels. Ladies and gentlemen, today Lithuania is bringing a new commitment, almost 10 million euros of additional support on top of our previous support we delivered. We are launching a business partnership program to connect Lithuanian and Ukrainian companies, support investment, innovation, and practical reconstruction solutions in Ukraine. We are launching a municipal partnerships program to strengthen cooperation between Lithuanian and Ukrainian municipalities. The program will support practical peer learning and help build the capacity of Ukrainian municipalities in EU funding and project management. We continue to project of solar power plants with storage for Ukrainian schools and hospitals, because energy resilience means keeping essential services running. And through the Create Ukraine program, we are opening a new call for applications to attract young Ukrainian professionals eager to contribute their skills and experience to Ukraine's recovery and Europe's future. Colleagues, Ukraine's recovery is Europe's opportunity to prove that democracy rebuilds stronger than aggression destroys. Lithuania will continue to act. We invite all partners to do the same, support Ukraine's defense, invest in its recovery, and help bring Ukraine into European Union. Because Ukraine's victory, recovery, and accession defined the credibility and future of Europe. Thank you.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy o zabranie głosu przez pana Denisa Becirowicza, przewodniczącego Prezydium Federacji Bośni i Hercegowiny.
Esteemed Prime Minister Tusk, esteemed Prime Minister Sviridенко, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered today in Poland to discuss the recovery of Ukraine and to send a message of encouragement and solidarity with Ukraine. The recovery of Ukraine is a major test for the whole of Europe to build a safer and more just European continent in the aftermath of destruction. Bosnia and Herzegovina was the victim of brutal aggression from 1992 to 1995 and is the only country in Europe where genocide was committed after the Second World War against Bosniaks. As a country that survived aggression and genocide, we fully understand the suffering and hardship endured by the citizens of Ukraine. Today, more than ever, it is necessary to support Ukraine in its just struggle for freedom. The competent institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine as an act that violates international law. Following the Russian aggression, Bosnia and Herzegovina aligned itself with the positions of the European Union, which firmly support Ukraine. In addition to our continuous and principled support for Ukraine's just struggle, Bosnia and Herzegovina can also offer assistance in the recovery of this country. In this regard, we are ready to share our knowledge and experience with Ukraine through training of demining teams and experts, planning and management of demining operations, the application of modern technologies, including drones, digital mapping and long-range surveillance, public education programs on the risks posed by mines, and the development of prioritization and risk assessment system. We are also ready to share our experience in the recovery and reconstruction process of Ukraine in the following areas: reconstruction and rebuilding, the process of return of expelled and displaced persons to their pre-war homes, the prosecution of war criminals, the identification of missing persons, support to veterans, particularly in the area of the legislation and psychosocial support, and the development of rehabilitation and social integration programs. One of the important lessons we have learned is that psychological recovery must begin immediately. Children growing up in wartime conditions, displaced families, survivors of violence, and soldiers returning from conflict live with the consequences of war. The recovery of Ukraine will require enormous financial resources and strong international support. Our experience shows that the trust of citizens and international partners is strengthened through transparent public procurement procedures, strong oversight mechanisms, and the involvement of local communities in decision-making processes. Ladies and gentlemen, we can also help Ukraine, but not allowing new crises and new fronts to be opened in Europe. Any opening of new crises in the Western Balkans weakens Ukraine, weakens Europe, and threatens the values for which we are fighting together. We must not underestimate Russia's ability to destabilize the Western Balkans through its proxies. Therefore, I call upon the free world to provide even stronger support to Ukraine, while at the same time preventing the destabilization of the Western Balkans. Bosnia and Herzegovina will always stand with those who fight for justice, peace, and human dignity. The recovery of Ukraine is not merely the reconstruction of infrastructure and the economy. It is the restoration of the trust in the international order and in the values of democracy. Thank you for your attention.
Dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o zabranie głosu przez pana Ediego Ramę, premiera Republiki Albanii.
I'm sure that the best contribution you are expecting from me is a short speech, and I will deliver. So the notion of this gathering, I believe, is very simple. If reconstruction waits for the last shot to be fired, it will be already too late. And that is why we are here today. Meanwhile, Ukraine is already rebuilding while defending itself. This is a great meaning of this conference, and Albania is here with a very simple conviction. Ukraine must secure the peace with the same determination with which it is defending its freedom. On the other hand, we also see Ukraine reconstruction and the Western Balkans European integration as mutually reinforcing. Both are about completing Europe, strengthening resilience, and reducing strategic vulnerabilities. Of course, reconstruction is not charity, it is strategy. It is not only about repairing what has been destroyed, it's about building a Ukraine that is democratic, European, modern, and resilient, and showing that the whole Europe is capable to do so. So, in conclusion of my quick speech, that I'm sure you appreciate, Ukraine is rebuilding Europe's courage. Europe must help rebuild Ukraine's future. Thank you so much.
Dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, prosimy o zabranie głosu przez pana Rumena Radewa, premiera Republiki Bułgarii.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, on the 11th of June, the war in Ukraine surpassed as a duration the first truly global conflict, World War I. This war of attrition, annihilation, and devastation must end. And in my opinion, this conference is a strong call for peace. Why? Because peace is the precondition for every recovery and reconstruction process. And I believe that we need to unite our efforts to bring just and sustainable peace according to international law and UN Charter. As well, we need to bring together our political will, that's why the leaders are here, our expertise, the business experts are here, and commitment to the recovery of Ukraine. Because this recovery is the fundamental of the future European security architecture and competitiveness. How can my country, Bulgaria, contribute to this process? It is very simple. our contribution spreads over the three main pillars of the recovery process: reliable energy, fast lines of transport communications, and maritime security in the Black Sea. Talking about delivering secure energy diversification energy routes, Bulgaria has been already in this game, playing a pivotal role based on our strategic geographical location. We have been working on expanding the vertical gas corridor from south to north and connecting the gas transmission networks of Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Moldova, and Ukraine. Very important. Enlarging our capacity. Not to forget, we have a free access to the 5 Turkish LNG terminals with the total capacity of 30 BCM and the old Trans-Balkan gas pipeline, so we can deliver in a reverse mode more than 80 BCM per year gas from the Mediterranean LNG terminals north to Moldova and Ukraine. Talking about transport, we have been working intensively on corridor number 8, connecting Adriatic to the Black Sea. Also, sea-to-sea, multimodal transport corridor, both railway and road, from Greece through Bulgaria to Romania, Constanța, and north to Odessa. And there are other options. There is a growing interest for rail connectivity from the Gulf countries based on the risk in Hormuz Strait, through Syria, Turkey, Bulgaria, and again north to Ukraine. So this is a highly supportive transport network to deliver everything necessary for the construction process, reconstruction process in Ukraine. And finally, again, we need peace, we need secure maritime transport, we need freedom of navigation. That's why Bulgaria and Romania, being the EU member states, we strongly contribute to this process. And the last one, we believe that the EU enlargement process and the integration of Ukraine is the best engine to drive the reforms and to provide the necessary favorable conditions for investment in Ukraine. Not to forget, Bulgaria is the only EU country or the EU member state with the biggest national minority in Ukraine. More than 250,000 Bulgarians as a diaspora live in this country, and we are highly interested in peace and best business and recovery opportunities. We are ready to work and we are highly committed. Thank you.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy o zabranie głosu przez pana Andreja Babisia, premiera Republiki Czech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, 26 June 2026, marks 1,583 days since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine. 1,583 days of killing, 1,583 days of destruction, 1,583 days of fear, loss, and uncertainty. More than 4 terrible years during which parents have feared for their children, wives for their husbands, and children for their parents. And yet, despite all this suffering, the end still seems distant. There seems to be no will, no real effort to stop the killing, the destruction, the misery. It seems to me that after 4 years, many people across Europe appear to have become accustomed to this war. For millions watching affair war was become something almost virtual. It appears on television screens, in social media feeds, in daily headlines and political debates. It is discussed through statistics, maps, military analysis, and online comments. Many of today's political leaders know war only through history books, documentaries, and strategic studies. When war becomes an abstraction, it becomes easier to talk about. It becomes easier to discuss military scenarios than human suffering, easier to debate weapons systems than broken families, and easier to speak about the victory than about the thousands of funerals taking place every month. But war is not virtual. War is terrifyingly real, and it is taking place even when we speak. Wars mean empty villages and destroyed cities. War means cemeteries growing larger every month. War means children growing up without fathers. War means young men who will never return home. It means more widows, more orphans, more disabled veterans, and more hatred that will be inherited by future generations. Ukraine has already paid a terrible price. Entire communities have been displaced. Millions have fled their homes. Birth rates have collapsed. Families have been separated across borders. We are witnessing not only the destruction of infrastructure, but also the weakening of very human foundations upon which every nation depends. Yet too often, the public debate in Europe remains dominated by the single message: more weapons, more escalation, more confrontation, more war. Ladies and gentlemen, I sometimes wonder whether Europe is beginning to forget the lesson that we shaped it. The greatest achievement of the post-war Europe was not military power. It was the transformation of the continent, scared by centuries of conflict, into the most successful peace project in modern history. Europe was built on the simple but profound idea that cooperation is stronger than confrontation, that dialogue is more productive than hatred, and thus lasting prosperity is possible without lasting peace. We should not forget this heritage. We should not abandon it. We should build upon it, now more than ever. Of course, every sovereign nation has the right to defend itself. Europe must protect its security and respond to threats with determination and responsibility. But the true challenge we face today is how to end this terrible war, how to create conditions in which diplomacy can once again become possible, how to open the path toward a just, stable, and sustainable peace. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this conference is the recovery of Ukraine. It is an important and noble goal. Ukraine will need new roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals. Entire towns and communities will have to be rebuilt. Homes will need to be restored, businesses revived, and public services strengthened. This effort will require enormous resources, determination, and international cooperation. However, before we speak about reconstruction, we must speak about the essential precondition for reconstruction. Before we discuss investment, development plans, and recovery funds, we must ask ourselves a simple question: how can a country truly recover while war continues? The reality is that recovery cannot begin with concrete, steel, or financial packages. No bridge can be rebuilt while missiles and drones continue to fall. No investor will commit for the long term while uncertainty and violence persist. No family can fully rebuild its life while living in fear for the safety of its children. Reconstruction is not only about the repairing buildings, it is about restoring normal life, confidence, and hope. It is about giving people a reason to return home, to raise families, to start businesses, and to believe in the future again. And that can only happen when peace returns. Peace is not passivity. Peace is not resignation. Peace is not the abandonment of principle or justice. Peace is the determination to stop the killing, reduce human suffering, and create the conditions for a stable future. Europe once found the wisdom and courage to emerge from the ashes of war and build a continent founded on cooperation and reconciliation. The same wisdom we need it today, because only peace can secure Ukraine's future. Thank you.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez pana Kristena Michala, premiera Republiki Estonii.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin with a quote. We are here, we are in Kiev. We are defending our independence and our country, and that's how it will be. These were the words of President Zelensky in the first days of Russia's full-scale invasion. And as already said, today marks the 1,583rd day of this war. Russia wanted Ukraine to collapse within 3 days. Ukraine did not collapse. Russia wanted Europe to be divided, and Europe is more united than before. Russia wanted to decide Ukraine's future, and Ukraine decides its own future. That is why our work today matters. Security and reconstruction are not separate issues. They are part of the same strategy. Our first task is clear. Ukraine must have everything it needs to defend itself. President Zelensky has repeatedly shown readiness for peace. The problem is Moscow. And just and lasting peace requires two things: more support for Ukraine and more pressure on Russia. And when peace comes, Ukraine must have credible security guarantees, the ones that make future aggression impossible. The second task is equally important. Ukraine must continue building its future while the war continues. Because reconstruction is not something that starts after the victory. It starts now. From the first day, Estonia has supported Ukraine militarily, politically, and economically because Ukraine's success matters to all of Europe. Estonia's total support to Ukraine has reached over 3% of our GDP, one of the highest levels of support in the world. This is a deliberate choice, and we remain committed to it. Supporting Ukraine is not a charity, it is a security investment. Every euro spent helping Ukraine today reduces the risks and costs Europe would otherwise face tomorrow. At the same time, we know that support means more than weapons. Ukraine needs two things at the same time: the means to defend itself and the means to build its future. The scale of reconstruction effort is enormous, and no country can carry this burden alone. No single institution can finance it alone. What Ukraine needs is a long-term partnership between governments, international financial institutions, businesses, and civil society. And we understand it well. We restored our independence 35 years ago and began rebuilding our state after decades of Soviet occupation. That is why we already have started sharing our experience with Ukraine. Together, we have built kindergartens, hospitals, social housing, and public services. And these are not future plans. People use them every day. This is what reconstruction means in practice. Ukraine's path to European Union is also part of reconstruction. Recovery, reform, and European integration move forward together. Dear colleagues, the most important message today is that we are not rebuilding Ukraine for some distant future. We are helping Ukraine build its future now. Every completed project strengthens Ukraine. Every investment increases confidence. Every success sends a clear message to Russia: attempt to break Ukraine has failed. And let me conclude with a commitment. In 2027, Estonia, together with our Ukrainian friends and in close cooperation with the Nordic-Baltic 8, will host the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Tallinn. We look forward to welcoming governments, businesses, international organizations, and civil society from across Europe and around the world. Tallinn 2027 should not be about new promises. It should be about results. Projects delivered, investments made, communities rebuilt. It should build the work of previous recovery conferences and carry forward the momentum that Gdansk will create. Estonia will continue to support Ukraine's victory. Estonia will continue to support Ukraine's recovery, and Estonia will continue to support Ukraine's path to the European Union and NATO. Because a stronger Europe means a safer Europe. Stronger Ukraine means safer Europe. Thank you, and see you in Tallinn of 2027.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez pana Petteri Orpo, premiera Republiki Finlandii.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine has defended its right to peace and sovereignty for more than 4 years. And I thank Poland and Ukraine for hosting this important conference. Today's conference shows the strong commitment of all partners to Ukraine. Our support must continue for the long term, economically, militarily, and politically. Finland's support remains unwavering. Over the past winter, we have responded to urgent humanitarian needs caused by Russia's attacks on civilian infrastructure, and we are already looking ahead to next winter. Our development cooperation, ongoing since 2014, enables chances for a better future in Ukraine's key sectors. Ukraine has become, by far, Finland's most significant partner in development cooperation. Our defense support also remains strong. We have delivered 33 material assistance packages to Ukraine. And today, I'm proud to announce that my government has decided to contribute an additional 40 million euros to Pearl initiative. Finland is committed to supporting a sustainable and prosperous future for Ukraine as part of the European Union. And I warmly congratulate Ukraine on the opening of the first negotiation cluster. Finland is also committed to strengthening the resilience of Ukrainian society. The Civil Protection Shelter Coalition, co-led by Ukraine and Finland, has already grown to 16 members. The coalition pools tens of millions in support. It brings together partners to strengthen Ukraine's national shelter strategy and delivers concrete shelters that protect civilians and save lives. And all countries here, you are more than welcome to the Shelter Coalition. Another example is the role of national export credit agencies. They support investment in Ukraine through EU instruments. Finland has actively promoted this approach. Involving national actors is essential for faster reconstruction. I welcome the rapid progress in this work. Dear friends, the future of Europe and European security is being shaped in Ukraine. Ukraine's successful recovery is a long-term investment. It benefits us all and reaches far beyond Ukraine. Let's continue this good work. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez pana Andrisa Kulbergsa, premiera Republiki Łotwy.
Whoa, this podium is too small. We need to change the standards. Same as we need to change the standards in defense. Dzień dobry Państwu. And dear Prime Minister Tusk and dear Prime Minister Yulia Sviridenko and dear leaders, friends of Ukraine, as well as excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. This is, as mentioned, day 1583. But that's not how Ukraine looks at it. It's Ukraine's 4,482nd day. That's already 12 years of ongoing war activity and Russia aggression towards Ukraine. And dear Donald and Polish friends, thank you for hosting the 5th Ukraine Recovery Conference. We usually are healthy rivals as countries. But I think when it comes to supporting Ukraine and for our eastern flank defense, we are as united as ever. And we are the voice of Ukraine in EU because we know better than others. And Ukraine requires reconstruction on the go, not after the war, but now, while the war is going on. And Latvia continues to provide reconstruction in energy, in military support to Ukraine, totaling 1.13 billion already since 2022. We are third after Denmark, Estonia, and Baltics are right after and on the top, with Norway and Finland, because we know it is over 1,000 euros per capita what we support. Others should step in, because we've been way too slow and way too hesitant, as you mentioned, to support Ukraine. We're just doing it step by step. No, Ukraine needs it now. Now is the momentum. We see now is the momentum. We should push this support in order to change the war trajectory. That's the only way. The Latvian government and private sector and non-governmental organizations all support Ukraine. Just one example. I think Latvian people support even more than what I'm saying from the government side, because up to today, 3,600 vehicles have been sent to Ukraine to support Ukrainians by just 3 people, by 3 activists. That's just one example from many. That's 2 vehicles per day. We're small, but we're big-hearted because we know. And I welcome that 4 Latvian companies are represented here in military support, demining, in energy, housing, and digital sector. All the sectors which are required now in Ukraine as much as it's possible. And Latvia recovery focuses continue to be on the Ukrainian region on Chernihiv. And since 2022, Latvia has restored 3 medical facilities, 5 educational institutions, established 3 support centers for women, created premises for Chernihiv Regional Human Rights Protection Center, and provided housing. Latvia continues to support Ukraine in energy sector, and Latvia already now donated the thermal power plant equipment, which is so vitally necessary for the coming winter, for Kharkiv region. We are ready to support even more with the thermal electric station equipment which we have. And thanks to also Germany, who found also resources in order to help us to, for the logistics, to manage that in time before the winter comes, because we know how difficult it could be next winter. And for the 3rd year, our military support to Ukraine is 0.25%. Actually, it's 0.3% of our GDP annually. But Ukraine is also ready to support us, and that's an area
that's an area we should cooperate much more. 2 weeks ago, during the North-Baltic Prime Minister meeting in Estonia in Tallinn, President Zelensky and I signed the drone agreement, which is more than drone agreement. This is an umbrella over our skies to keep us safe from the drones. And there's no other country in the world who knows how to utilize most efficiently the military equipment in order to fight the drones. Because Latvia already has had 11 drone incidents and 36 airspace violations. Thus, we need the expertise from Ukraine. But we also need to integrate that with NATO policies. And not just Latvia, but all eastern flank countries have to be aligned together in order to have no weak link. But Latvia is also investing in the drone industry and capabilities. And last week was a good example of that. Anti-drone company product of Origin Robotics signed a crucial tender, won a tender and signed a crucial deal with France, and who is already supplying to Belgium and Ukraine. So we have this cooperation, and we want to continue in the military industry together. In addition, Latvia can offer a very unique opportunity. We have one of the biggest in eastern flank military ranges, where we can provide even electromagnetic testing grounds, which is so vitally needed for the military industry. And to conclude, as Ukraine is increasingly successful on the battlefield, it continues to contribute to Euro-Atlantic security. And we need to continue implementing the peace through strength approach, leading us to joint and lasting peace in Ukraine. And we should learn from Ukraine. And every conference should end with a concrete action, with a concrete decision. So I really urge everyone here not to focus on the talking, but to focus on actually decisions made. And I remind, at the end, Russia has to pay for the recovery of Ukraine, not just the European society. Russia's money has to be used for that. And let's not forget, only strong economy means strong defense. So the economic ties are vitally important. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez pana Aleksandru Muntanu, premiera Republiki Mołdawii.
I agree with Andris. We need the biggest thing here. Шановні друзі, dear Donald, dear Julia, thank you for organizing this conference today. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to me to participate in the Ukraine Recovery Conference and to join partners from across Europe and beyond and discussing how we can support Ukraine's recovery and future. As many historical parallels have been drawn today, let me remind you another historical event which happened exactly 63 years ago, when John Fitzgerald Kennedy, in divided then Berlin, famously stated, "Ich bin ein Berliner." I am a Berliner, which was a statement of solidarity and resilience. I am not JFK by a variety of reasons, but I worked in Ukraine for more than 20 years. My kids grew and matured in Ukraine. I made lifelong friendships in Ukraine, and some of them are in this room. And my friends are fighting for Ukraine and for all of us as we speak. So with all responsibility, I can say, ich bin a Kievanin. I am from Kiev. And people of Moldova, the country which is a close neighbor and a close ally of Ukraine, they stand with Ukraine. For more than 4 years, Ukrainians have defended their homes, their communities, and their country under the most difficult circumstances. They have also demonstrated remarkable determination to continue reforming, rebuilding, and looking towards the future. Their courage and perseverance have inspired people across Europe, including in the Republic of Moldova. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine's recovery is actually already underway. Even as Ukrainians continue to defend their country, communities are rebuilding schools, hospitals, energy infrastructure, and businesses. Our responsibility is to ensure that these recovery efforts keep pace with Ukraine's resilience, and I'm happy to report that a project discussed between our presidents and the one we discussed with Prime Minister Svyridenko, a bridge across Dniester, which will shorten the way between our two capitals, is actually launched this week. So this is our concrete response to the challenges. And this is why recovery requires long-term vision and coordinated action. It requires investment in infrastructure, energy, connectivity, and economic development. It requires reliable partnerships and a strong regional dimension. Effective, timely, and targeted support coupled with predictable and reliable assistance. All that will be essential to achieving this goal. These ambitious reconstruction efforts require advanced planning and the implementation of numerous national and regional initiatives, particularly in the fields of infrastructure, transport, and energy, cross-border infrastructure, transport links, and energy networks. We stand ready to further develop our infrastructure and enhance our role in logistics and supporting Ukraine reconstruction. In this regard, the Republic of Moldova is already advancing several cross-border transport, road, and railway projects developing through bilateral and multilateral cooperation, including within the framework of our Odessa Triangle initiative. Projects aimed at building and modernizing bridges, highways, and railway lines will increase cross-border capacity, facilitate trade and transport, and contribute directly to Ukraine's recovery. For Ukraine, resilient and diversified transport routes are essential for economic recovery and long-term growth. Moldova is committed to helping provide those connections. Another important dimension of Ukraine's reconstruction is the resilient energy sector, which Prime Minister of Bulgaria already mentioned today. The Republic of Moldova continues to implement reforms aimed at integrating into EU natural gas and electricity markets, and we are involved in so-called vertical gas corridor, as well as different bilateral projects, including Belts, Dnistrovsk, hydroelectric power plant initiative. At the same time, we and the Moldovan government investing in the expansion of renewable energy production, which can further contribute to the diversification of energy resources to Ukraine. We planned a trilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Svyridenko, with my counterpart in Romania, and we'll certainly organize it in the beautiful city of Chernivtsi, where famously, historically, the mayor of Chernivtsi was speaking 5 languages. I would like to thank you all for supporting Ukraine, because by supporting Ukraine, we support Europe and the entire region, including Moldova. The reconstruction of Ukraine is not only about rebuilding cities, infrastructure and economies. It's also about rebuilding confidence in a future founded on freedom, democracy, and European values. It's about creating opportunities for people to return, invest, build businesses, build their families. It's a safety and dignity. Ukraine's recovery will require sustained commitment, strategic vision, international solidarity. The Republic of Moldova will continue to stand with Ukraine, just as we have done since the first day of this barbaric invasion. We'll continue contributing through practical cooperation, stronger connectivity, enhanced energy security, and closer regional partnerships. Glory to Ukraine! Slava Ukraini!
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez pana Roberta Fico, premiera Republiki Słowacji.
Dobrý deň from Slovakia, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address this conference at a time when Europe faces the greatest challenges to its security, stability, and prosperity since the Second World War. We are today physically close to Westerplatte, the place where the Second World War started, and today I am going to pay my respects to the fallen brave defenders. The war in Ukraine continues for almost 1,600 days now, causing immense human suffering and devastation. Its consequences felt far beyond Ukraine's borders. For us in Slovakia, there is no better alternative to the full respect for the international law based on the key UN Charter provisions. Slovak government, ladies and gentlemen, calls always for more diplomacy. Judging by the latest discussions of the European leaders, more and more EU member states see its merits. I believe that the EU should support peace initiatives. This destructive war does not have a military solution and can be stopped only at the negotiating table. Earlier peace means less destruction, and less destruction means easier reconstruction. Without stopping the war, restoring sovereignty, democracy, and building a new prosperous and European Ukraine will not be fully possible. Also, Ukraine's reforms based on EU integration process will be more difficult, and millions of Ukrainian citizens will not return to their homes but will instead focus on building new futures elsewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest asset of Ukraine are its people. They will be the foundation of the country's recovery. Creating conditions for people to return, rebuild their communities, and see a future in Ukraine must therefore be one of the central priorities of the reconstruction process. Of course, it requires a connection. We must continue investing in transport links, border infrastructure, energy interconnections, and logistic corridors that will bring Ukraine closer to us. And Slovakia is already a very active player in this field, ready to do more as a gateway to Ukraine. At the same time, recovery must be rooted in people and places. Cities, regions, and municipalities are where recovery becomes a reality. This is why Slovakia supports practical regional cooperation, we want to develop the Carpathian Initiative as a trilateral platform of Slovakia, Ukraine, and Poland. Slovakia has provided development and humanitarian assistance worth more than 35 million euros, including almost 9 million euros in material humanitarian aid, from medical supplies and equipment to generators, energy infrastructure components, and other essential support. This assistance also includes protection for over 150,000 people fleeing the war in Ukraine. This represents around 2.6% of our citizens and places Slovakia among the countries that have carried one of the highest burdens of solidarity in the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, in the near future, our countries prepare to hold the 4th joint session of the Slovak and the Ukrainian governments. This is a unique mechanism of bilateral cooperation in our region that we highly value. It is based on practical results, open communication, and the belief that partnership and dialogue are often the most effective paths to achieving sustainable outcomes. Energy security is one of the best examples of what practical cooperation can achieve. We are contributing through an energy infrastructure program with a total value of approximately 100 million euros, aimed at strengthening and stabilizing Ukraine's electricity system and supporting its integration into European energy markets. Together, we are increasing the capacity of the electricity interconnector between Veľké Kapušany on the Slovak side and Mukačevo in Ukraine. These are not the declarations. These are concrete results. This is a two-way street. We strengthen the energy security of Ukraine, and we need Ukraine to support ours. Ladies and gentlemen, history will judge our generation not by the speeches we delivered, but by the solutions we helped create. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez pana Ajapala Singh Banga, prezesa Banku Światowego.
Thank you, and I want to start by thanking the governments of Poland and Ukraine for bringing us together. I've got 3 points to make, and the first one is that Ukraine has to be building the economy of the future. In that point, I would like to bring out the story of Poland. Poland's own development story is one of hard choices and sustained reforms and private enterprise and integrating with Europe. It did not happen overnight. It was driven by the determination of its people and a determination to build a better future, even in the face of uncertainty. And today, Poland is one of Europe's economic bright spots. I believe that Ukraine, which is fighting for its sovereignty, its people, and its future, can have a powerful lesson from there, that reconstruction is not only about rebuilding, it is about building the foundations of what comes next. And we're in the midst of football season. If you follow Ronaldo or Messi, they don't score goals by waiting. They score goals by anticipating where the ball goes. And that's where they are, and that's how they play, and that's how they lead. We've got to do the same with the Ukrainian rebuilding of the future. You know, skate to where the puck is going, run to where the ball is going. And I think that's a huge opportunity. The second point I want to make is that we have been steadfast partners for Ukraine's development over this period. The bank has mobilized through the generosity of many donors, many of whom are in this room, a total of 90 billion that has been put to work in Ukraine. A lot of our partners, the EBRD and other DFIs like KfW and the DFC are all part of that effort. We bring one unique aspect, which is leverage. When we collect money into funds like SPUR, we are able to take $1 and make $3 out of it. Right now, we're in the process of raising SPUR 2.0 with $2 billion, including from a number of the European partners in this room, and that leads to a $6 billion availability of financing for Ukraine. It's an important aspect of what we all do together, is to use our balance sheets and leverage to make more money available, because the reality is Ukraine will need 580 plus billion over the coming decade for reconstruction. Some of that can be public money, leverage, but a lot of that has to be from the private sector. And the private sector will not come without rule of law, without reforms of the right type. You've heard a number of speakers before me. I'm not going to elaborate on that, but I will say this. There are reforms that Parliament needs to pass. Those are being done, but they get complicated. There are others that the Cabinet of Ukraine can process on its own. I'll give you a couple of examples. Launch a sort of viability gap fund to enable the gap between the risk of a project and the likelihood of it getting executed, to enable that to be met. Do basic energy sector reforms. That's another example of what they could do. Begin the pathway towards privatization the right way. We're working with the government of Ukraine on all of these to enable private sector money to come at scale into this exercise. So what will that do? These kinds of reforms, the immediate ones, they will show momentum, and they will show that the path towards Europe is a real pathway, a pathway that Ukraine can aspire to and work towards. So what I'm here to tell you is, we at the World Bank, we are very committed to being partners for Ukraine in its journey towards the future, in its journey towards the soccer ball going to a new location. They've got to get to that location. We're very much a part of what they want to be, and I believe that the Ukrainian people must be allowed to help choose their own future in this way, encouraged by all of us, encouraged by our support, but not anything more than that. Helped, encouraged, and guided, but then it is their future and their choice to make, just like the Polish people did when their opportunity came. So I'm glad we're here in the right place at the right time, happy to be of help, and want to be a part of the future for Ukraine as well. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Prosimy teraz o zabranie głosu przez pana Christiana Stockera, kanclerza Republiki Austrii.
Prime Minister Tusk, Prime Minister Svyridenko, President Costa, President von der Leyen, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Prime Minister Tusk and Prime Minister Svyridenko for bringing us together here in Gdansk today. Today we meet not only discuss reconstruction, but reaffirm a political promise that Ukraine's future will be decided slowly by itself, and that Europe will stand firmly on its side on this journey to peace and prosperity. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has destroyed lives, homes, and cities, but it has not destroyed the resilience and determination of the Ukrainian people. Our common goal is clear: a sovereign and secure Ukraine anchored to the European family. The opening of Cluster 1 of the EU accession negotiations this June was a well-deserved next step. But even more importantly, it should also be the kick-off for the hard work for reforms that is expected of any accession candidate. But Ukraine's path is not only about institutions and reforms. It is about shared future built on peace, freedom, democracy, and prosperity. Therefore, my message today is simple. Ukraine's recovery will not be a return to the past. It will be an investment in the future. Austria is committed to make its contribution with our know-how, innovation, and reliability. Austria has been one of Ukraine's most important economic partners since before the war. Austrian companies had entered the Ukrainian market early and have remained present even under these difficult circumstances. Today, around 1,000 companies are in Ukraine creating 30,000 jobs. This commitment shows that our solidarity is built through long-term engagement. Austrian companies bring extensive expertise in different areas where Ukraine's future will be shaped. Sustainable and decentralized energy systems, infrastructure, financial services, and modern technologies. And many of these Austrian companies are here today, ready to make their contribution. We are convinced that many nations can provide support, but only together we can build success. This is why Austria is ready to take responsibility in this important process. We would be honored to welcome the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2028 in Vienna. Today we send a clear message. Ukraine will recover, and Ukraine will emerge stronger because it is part of a European family. And we, as friends of Ukraine, are ready to build the future together. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, teraz zapraszamy na dwa panele dyskusyjne. Już za chwilę pierwszy z nich zatytułowany Defending West Values and the Future Through Building Back Better. Moderator Rob Oliphant, sekretarz parlamentarny Kanada. Uczestnicy David Lammy, wicepremier, lord kanclerz oraz minister sprawiedliwości Wielkiej Brytanii. Jeremy P. Lewin, podsekretarz stanu do spraw pomocy zagranicznej, spraw humanitarnych i wolności religijnej, Stany Zjednoczone. Radmila Siekieryńska, zastępca sekretarza generalnego NATO. Matthias Kormann, sekretarz generalny Organizacji Współpracy Gospodarczej i Rozwoju. Maria Malmer-Stenergaard, minister spraw zagranicznych, Szwecja. Odil Renobaso, prezes Europejskiego Banku Odbudowy i Rozwoju. Tone Kaiser, minister spraw zagranicznych, Słowenia. Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam na scenę wyczytanych mówców, uczestników, moderatorów. Ladies and gentlemen, please, all the speakers and the moderator, the chairs are ready. We can begin.
I'm just going to check. I am live. Rob Oliphant, and I am Parliamentary Secretary from Canada, and I welcome you to this first panel discussion that we're going to have following the heads of government and heads of state opening national statements. This gives us a chance to engage a little less formally in our discussion on how we are moving towards the integration of European values in Ukraine towards sustainable peace and sustainable development of its economy and, most importantly, of its people. So I'm very pleased that we have a very distinguished panel here of people that I don't know all of you. So I'm very, very excited to have that. And we haven't been given a particular order, but I'm going to start with Mr. Lamy from the UK to give some opening remarks to get us going.
So much, Donald Tusk and our Polish hosts, and of course Prime Minister Shevchenko, for hosting us here once again at this really, really important gathering as we look forward to both continuing to support Ukraine, but also the renewal of Ukraine once this war has ended. And just to offer some initial reflections. The first is to absolutely maintain that for the West, and certainly for friends in Europe, we recognize that Ukraine is on the front line, and this is absolutely our war too. And that's why we've stood with Ukraine right from the very beginning. And I was very pleased to recommit the UK and to announce our 270 million further donor contribution to Ukraine over this time. And we made a commitment now a few years ago that we would continue to support Ukraine militarily, economically, and politically for as long as this war continues. And of course, it's important as we gather to recognize that whilst we meet and we have seen tremendous gains on the battlefield, we recognize when we see the civilian loss of life in Ukraine, when we see the attacks on Ukraine's energy supplies and infrastructure, when we see the accelerated use of serious ballistic missiles in Ukraine, that the toll this is taking on the population is unbelievable, but the resilience and the fortitude is really quite something to behold. But then second, we admire the ingenuity, the innovation that we see right across the country. And we recognize too that the nature of warfare is changing, that there is so much, yes, we invest, but in many ways we invest to save, because we recognize that that innovation comes back into the European and Western family as we reflect on the changing nature of war. And of course, we see that in other theaters of conflict across the globe, and certainly in the Middle East as well. And that's why we in the UK signed a 100-year partnership with our Ukrainian friends, undertaking to be really engaged in that innovation, in that ingenuity, and in that reconstruction, learning from one another as we move forward. The UK, of course, is absolutely part of the European family. Very pleased to work with our European neighbours, and very pleased at this time also to be discussing with the EU being part of that 90 billion loan facility that will keep us determined to keep Ukraine ahead in this conflict, most definitely. And I was also very pleased that at the G7 last week, we were absolutely united in the statement that was put out, and it was good to see our friends in the US engaged in what a peace can mean and focusing on the successes of Ukraine on the battlefield over this last period. So that's my initial reflections. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And it's the panel is interesting. Much like this whole conference is a blend of private and public sector. And on the public sector, we have both national governments as well as multilateral bodies and international financial institutions. I think I'll turn to Odile next to bring in that the European perspective from the Development Bank.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank the Polish government and the Ukrainian government for organizing this conference. I spoke to a lot of journalists yesterday, and they were asking me what to expect for out of the conference, and I think keeping the momentum and keeping the focus on the need to support Ukraine too, but also measuring the progress made by Ukraine in the last few years, both in the military, but also in the continued reform agenda is very important. And I think that, this kind of conference is very important also as a key focus for delivery. Just, for example, a bank like us, we are going to sign more than 500 million projects in the next 2 days that will provide really delivery for Ukraine. I will focus a bit more on the economy because I think, first of all, to flag that I really believe that on the political, but also on the economic side, the future of Europe and the future of Ukraine are very intertwined. And supporting Ukraine is also a way to support Europe's defense and to contribute to Europe's future in terms of economic development. The second point I want to make is that supporting Ukraine now is preparing for the reconstruction. There is no trade-off between the short term and the long term. Anything we can invest in Ukraine now is building the foundation for the future. Because keeping the economy running, keeping infrastructure functioning, access to water, access to electricity, access to heating, is a way to keep the business going, is a way to generate revenues, is a way to support the military activity. So I think everything we can do now is absolutely relevant. And that's why for us as the EBRD, we've been doubling and increasing our investment in Ukraine since the beginning of the war, thanks to the support of shareholders, thanks to the support of donors. And we've deployed more than 10 billion euros in the last 4 years since the beginning of the war, and more than half of it in the private sector, which reflects the fact that the private sector continues to work, the banks function, private companies, business continue to invest, they reconstruct as soon as they have the need, and so forth. And this is a key driver for European, but also Ukrainian resilience. And when preparing for the reconstruction, preparing on building back better, we need to think about the foundations of what is absolutely needed to do that. The first thing is scale, and that's why working through Multilateral Development Bank is a very good way to get scales because you get leverage. That's what Ajay Banga explained. With €1 put in the bank, we can deliver €4 of investment. And this is a very strong way to deliver together also in a coordinated manner on a shared objective. The second very important takeaway for me is the need to continue reform. Governance, rule of law, transformation of state-owned enterprise, good market functioning, competition, all this is fundamental for a good use of funding now in Ukraine, but also for attracting private investors. Because private investors, they need clarity, they need stable, they need credible and reliable business environment. And every step taken in the reform agenda, and I'm sure the EU accession will play a negotiation will play an anchor role in this transformation. This will be a key component. The second one is mobilizing private sector. We have developed a number of innovating mechanisms in order to blend, to create guarantee mechanism to facilitate, for example, insurance market coming back on the logistics goods in Ukraine. We have been exploring also new ways to guarantee credit for SMEs. So all this we need to continue and to continue to scale that up. Third key driver will be deeper integration with the EU market through standards, through connectivity, and there were a lot of discussion this morning across infrastructure and how to connect electricity, railway, roads with the EU, and through convergence of the economies. The fourth component is human capital. There has not been too much talk about that, but helping with the reintegration of veterans, training people, helping people to come back in Ukraine, all these elements will be a key component for the recovery, because shortage of human capital is one of the main challenges for businesses today in Ukraine. And last point I want to make is to the need to act with urgency. Anything we can do now will prepare a better future for Ukraine in the future, and working together to this end will be, key for our collective success. Thank you.
It feels often like we are living into the future every day. I just want to thank Deputy Prime Minister Lemmy, who I understand has to leave. Intervention must have been told to me that you had to leave early, so thank you for contributing right away. One of the collateral benefits we've had from Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is the shrinking of the Atlantic Ocean and the Euro-Atlantic, transatlantic relationship. And I'm going to turn to Jeremy now from the American perspective to offer some of his wisdom and thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you. Since he took office in his second term, President Trump has been very clear that this war, which is now entering its 5th year, needs to end. And we need to find a way to bring about peace. And that's a challenging process, and it's one that involves everything from reconstruction to sanctions to battlefield progress. And I think, as many have pointed out, through Ukraine's bravery and its ingenuity, in this 5th year of the war, they're making incredible progress, which to many is a signal that perhaps we may be reaching another opportunity to drive towards peace. And, in terms of our financial support for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, we have 2 goals. It's helping to bring about peace and then preparing for it. And, because ultimately, Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery can't happen without peace. It's very difficult to rebuild an economy and a society when you're under daily bombardment. Yesterday at the G7 Energy Ministerial, the Ukrainians were presenting the figures, and it's literally hundreds of attacks every single day. And there's no way to build long-term prosperity like that. And so the long-term prosperity for Ukraine ultimately lies through peace. In the short term, that means they need to win the war and survive long enough such that the peace process, which is hard, and the United States has taken a leading role, President Trump personally has taken a leading role because he believes that this war needs to end. But while that peace process is ongoing, we need to support Ukraine through that process. What does that mean? It means continued support, of course, on the military side, and we're grateful for our European partners who are working with us through the Pearl mechanism, taking on a greater share of the expenses and allowing Ukraine to access American military technology. And as the UK was saying, I think this is investment that will pay off incredibly for Europe as well. Ukraine's defense industrial base will be the heart of Europe's rearmament. So I know in a couple of weeks we'll have the NATO ministerial in Turkey, or a leaders summit in Turkey, and I know this will be a big topic, but Ukraine, those investments are truly investments for the long term, not only for Ukraine's security, but Europe's security. And so that's an important part of it, and we're glad to continue to work with our European partners on that. Obviously, energy is incredibly important, and we continue to support a number of projects in the energy sector. While here, I announced another $175 million that we're obligating to our flagship mechanism to help with energy repairs and critical equipment to repair those damaged energy infrastructure as it's being attacked. And we have a number of other energy projects ongoing, including work to leverage the United States private sector. Like Canada, we're a major exporter, of course, under the President's energy dominance agenda of LNG and oil. And as not only Ukraine thinks about how to do without Russian oil and Russian gas, but the whole of Europe does so. The United States is leveraging our tools to make our private sector a key part of that. It, of course, means sanctions. There was great G7 consensus last week on continuing to work on the energy sanctions. Energy is a weapon of war in this conflict, but it goes 2 ways. And through the long-range strike and through sanctions, Russia's also under tremendous energy strain, that it hasn't been in the past, which is a key part of bringing them to the table and securing, a lasting peace. And then, of course, it's supporting the people in the interim. And so we did about $500 million of humanitarian support last year and expect to do about the same this year through the winter. And we have programs, to help particularly return children. So I was proud to announce a few weeks ago a program with First Lady Zelenska, to help identify and bring home and reintegrate, children who've been brought to the occupied regions. And then finally, it's how do we prepare for the next stage? And so I think, obviously, EU accession is a European decision, and we leave that to our European friends. But the process of accession and the integration will bring about tremendous progress on the reforms and that are ultimately critical to getting private capital in the door. I mean, we talk about private capital. I know many people have said this already at this conference, but our private investors in the Western world have tremendous opportunities to earn a financial return elsewhere. And we are trying to get them to invest in Ukraine, but it's challenging because of some of the governance things, because of the corruption, because of the legal framework, the regulatory framework. And so we're doing a lot of work, in connection with our URIF, our investment fund, which our Development Finance Corporation is leading. We're working on de-risking tools as the EBRD and others and the World Bank are doing. And that's all important, but the accession talks will also bring tremendous progress on those reforms, which I think are going to be critical for bringing not only American, but European and Canadian and other companies into Ukraine. So we're continue to be very active on all of these issues and work across the Atlantic with our partners, both in NATO and in all of these various forums.
Thank you, Jeremy. And keeping that transatlantic theme going, one of the challenges, obviously, that Canada has faced from the United States is to up our defense spending. And we are very proud that we are making those targets. And it's part of our commitment to NATO as a sovereign country, but also reflecting on NATO's role in encouraging all of us. And I'll turn to Radmila now to offer a NATO perspective.
Burden sharing.
Burden sharing.
When one participates at panel 2, prior to lunch, I think this is the time to invoke the rule of I have 3 points. And this is what I'll do, and hopefully I'll keep them short. So the first point is that NATO's commitment and support to Ukraine has been and will be unwavering. It has been like this since the first day of Russian aggression towards Ukraine. And in all these years, we have really made sure that our deeds match our words, because I fully agree with one of the speeches before us. It is not the speeches that will move us closer to the security, and it won't be speeches that will help Ukraine in the fight. But let me be very clear. Ukraine resilience and courage was visible every single day in the last few years. But what we see now is even a new phase in the war. And what we have seen now, especially not only Ukraine being able to resist on the battlefield, but also when we saw the images of targets struck in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, by Ukrainian, really strong knowledge, expertise, and courage, this really marked a new phase in the war. And this has shown and has been assessed at the last UDCG we had a week ago in Brussels, really a window of opportunity. And this is what President Zelensky was talking about. This is what their Minister Fedorov was talking about. A window of opportunity for Ukraine to really show that they can actually challenge Russia, not only on the battlefield, but deep into Russian territory. And all this is important in order to push Russia to the negotiating table, but from a position of strength, and to push them into meaningful negotiations that will provide for sustainable peace. And this is what we are focusing on now, because windows of opportunity are not static. They're not forever. They come and go. If you don't seize them, they will be a wasted opportunity. So now, this was a very strong call during our last defense ministerial meeting on allies to support Ukraine with the necessary priorities. Until now, we have directed more than $6 billion to Pearl several people raised it. It's an important mechanism because it deals with Ukraine's priorities on the battlefield. It's basically ammunition, air defenses, and drones. And if you look at the numbers, especially in air defense, 75% of all the missiles necessary for Ukraine's Patriot batteries come through Pearl. 90% of all ammunition in other systems also come from Pearl. So it was very good that allies committed to continuing this support. And I look forward also to Ankara, where these pledges will be made again. And today, when we heard some announcements. Second comment, recovery needs peace. And this is why, regardless of how quickly we get to ceasefire and negotiations, we also have to think ahead into the future. We will need to support Ukraine also post-ceasefire, post-negotiations, because what we see is that the future Ukrainian forces will pave the way towards sustainable peace. There is no alternative. And this is why our focus is not only on the battlefield today, keeping them strong in the fight, but also making the basis for strong armed forces of Ukraine. And the third comment is, you mentioned here building better. Building better cuts both ways. All of us are very supportive to Ukraine building their forces. But let's be honest, they're also helping us build our forces, our capabilities, our resilience, with the lessons learned from what is definitely a new type of warfare. So there is an element of a two-way street that we have to acknowledge here, and I was glad that many presidents did that. At the end, let me just say that we do see our commitment not only as a question of solidarity, not only as a question of believing in the same values. We see this as a shared interest. We are also investing in maintaining peace and stability at our borders.
One of the other collateral benefits of Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine is 2 wonderful new members to NATO. And Canada was very pleased to be, I believe, the first to accede to Sweden joining NATO. And it wasn't so much because we thought Sweden needed NATO, but NATO needed Sweden. Maria, take your turn.
Thank you so much, dear Ukrainians, dear friends of Ukraine. We are very grateful to Canada for being the first one out. And we are very proud members of NATO. We're also proud to stand up for gender equality. So after having listened to 15 male speakers in a row, here we are, the women. But I want to talk about another woman whom I never met, but whom I admire very much. Her name is Lana Tonaorska. She was a journalist, she was an artist, she was an LGBTQ activist, and she was a drone pilot. On New Year's Day this year, she shared a tangerine with her friend Ignatius on the front line. 10 minutes later, Lana died in his arms, hit by a Russian drone. In my office, I have a framed photo of Lana that I received from Ignatius. It reminds me every day of all of those who have given their lives not only for Ukraine to be free, but also for a free and democratic Europe. In all the meetings I attend, everyone says, oh, we have to support Ukraine because Ukraine is not only fighting for their freedom, they're also fighting for our freedom. Well, now is the time to put the money where the mouth is. And Sweden, our solidarity with Ukraine, it doesn't stop at words. Since Russia launched its full-scale invasion, Sweden's support for Ukraine has amounted to 14 billion euro. This year alone, we are committing 4 billion euro in military support, including Gripen fighter jets, and 1 billion euro in civilian support. And today, I'm here to announce another support package in 3 parts. So in short, 137 million euros in energy support before this winter,
Also, the Minister of Transport from Sweden is here, Andreas Carlsson, to announce an additional support to the transport sector, and also a substantial support to the World Bank Group. And like many have mentioned before me, now is really momentum for Ukraine. So now is the time for all of us to step up, speed up, and scale up our support to Ukraine. If we don't, I think history will judge us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also, I've been going back and forth between the multilaterals and the national governments, so we'll go to OECD. Matthias.
Well, thank you very much, Rob. Let me just say right up front, at the OECD, we are proud to be long-standing supporters and long-standing partners of Ukraine. The values that Ukrainians are fighting for are our values: freedom, democracy, rule of law, market-based economic principles, international cooperation. I mean, supporting Ukraine and supporting Ukraine's recovery is all about defending our shared values, and they are the strong foundation of the strong recovery for Ukraine, the same as they've been the strong foundation for growth and increases in incomes and living standards in the period post the Second World War. Recovery requires investment, investment requires trust, and trust is built indeed on that strong foundation of the rule of law, fair competition, capable institutions, a sound management of public finances. So when Ukraine works to strengthen those foundations as they are, they're not just ticking boxes for Brussels or Paris, for EU or OECD accession. Ukraine is building the confidence on which every dollar and every euro of recovery investment depends. And let me just go through some data points, because Ukraine is doing it. Ukraine is reforming, Ukraine is strengthening its foundation, and it's doing it under fire. Take corruption. I mean, corruption is a challenge so many assume Ukraine cannot overcome. But let me take you to some of our data. The share of Ukrainians who report experiencing corruption when they use public services has fallen from over 70% in 2015 to around 15% today. And just this week, our OECD Anti-Corruption Outlook found the quality of Ukraine's anti-corruption framework now meets 73% of our best practice criteria against an OECD average of 38%. On some measures of public integrity, a country at war is now outperforming the average of the world's advanced democracies. This week in Kiev, I launched 3 new OECD reviews on justice, public governance and infrastructure to help Ukraine go further: stronger planning, more open government, fairer courts. And of course, we all are focused on the scale of what comes next. And again, some data points to put things into perspective. Our friends and colleagues at the World Bank have identified that Ukraine's recovery needs are estimated at almost $588 billion US, nearly 3 times the size of its entire economy. To put that into perspective, the Marshall Plan, which covered much of Western Europe, in today's money, came in at about $180 billion US. Back then, 13.3 billion. In today's dollars, $180 billion US. So Ukraine's needs are more than 3 times that. And the Marshall Plan, of course, through the OEEC, our predecessor organization, rebuilt countries that were no longer being bombed, countries that were ready to commit to peace, to build a better future together. Ukraine is rebuilding while the attacks continue and the missiles still fall. No budget, no donor conference can meet that sort of challenge alone. Mission number 1 remains, of course, a just and lasting peace with security for the people of Ukraine. And I really hope that over the period ahead, we can find a way to get closer to that. But to meet the substantial reconstruction and recovery objectives, private capital must be drawn in, and private capital is the most demanding judge of all. It does not respond to appeals, it responds to confidence, which makes reform the core engine of a strong recovery. As well as on securing the necessary capital, the strength of the recovery will depend on people. It depends on Ukrainians choosing to build their future at home, coming back when conditions allow. Peace, stability, security in a country that works, offering hope for a better future. That is what will bring Ukrainians back. So everything connects. Stronger institutions give Ukrainians confidence to return, give investors confidence to commit, and carry Ukraine closer to the European Union and the OECD. I mean, from where we sit, Ukraine is doing the hard part, reforming while fighting. The least we can do is match it, and that is how we defend our values, and that is how together we build back better. Thank you.
Thank you. And to bring us home, we'll go to Tony from Slovenia to wrap this up.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob. It's not easy to be a panelist at the panel where people are dropping out and only the strongest and the most stubborn are staying. And that's NATO, OECD, and
survive.
Yep. Sorry, to put the joke away, it's also very symbolic. You know, 35 years ago, Slovenia opted for freedom, democracy, rule of law. What today we see Ukraine is fighting for, and we were immediately attacked. And then the message came from the European Union, you are not alone. And we fought back, and now it's 35 years since we gained our independence, and it's now more than 4 years since our Prime Minister at the time, and again now the Prime Minister, joined the historic mission together with the Polish Prime Minister and the Czech Prime Minister, went to Kiev. And the message was clear, you are not alone. And I think this message is really important to be repeated today, after almost 5 years. So we are, Slovenia is back in the first row of sincere supporters of Ukraine. This is my message today, I brought it. And we are going to increase our humanitarian development assistance as much as we can. We are joining forces. Today we are going to sign a contract to build, we are in this coalition to build the shelters. And of course, Slovenia is going to, let's say, increase our assistance also regarding the fast-track European integration. We went through this. We have institutions like Center of Excellence in Finance and other institutions in the development field, so we will work close with Ukraine. And let's not forget, everything starts and ends with people and security. And as it was said before the security is secured, the reconstruction and the long-term stability cannot be assured. So we are here today, and I think we have to give all the recognition to the Polish government who took, and the Polish people and the Polish nation, who took a huge burden on themselves, and we thank them for that. So the message is clear, Ukraine is not alone, we are working with them, and we see the light at the end of the tunnel, as it was said, and we are optimistic that the peace will come, and then the reconstruction will go with the full force. So thank you again, and I think the lunch is in front of us.
I think we're competing with lunch. We are politicians and bureaucrats at the front. We are national governments and multilateral organizations and international financial institutions. But the real proof that something is happening is on that side of the wall, where hundreds of companies and organizations are hungry to do business in Ukraine. We have to keep that platform open. We have to ensure the security, the peace, working with Ukraine on the reforms to make those business realities happen for the betterment of Ukraine with Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, panel.
Serdecznie dziękujemy. Szanowni Państwo, teraz zapraszamy na drugi panel zatytułowany Investing in Human Capital, a Cornerstone for Economic Recovery. Moderator Ewa Granados, sekretarz stanu do spraw współpracy międzynarodowej, Hiszpania. Uczestnicy Carlo Monticelli, gubernator Banku Rozwoju Rady Europy. Franco Dalmas, sekretarz generalny Inicjatywa Środkowoeuropejska. Aleksander De Croo, Program Narodów Zjednoczonych do Spraw Rozwoju. Karl Nehammer, wiceprezes Europejskiego Banku Inwestycyjnego, Harry Theoharis,